I make it public.
Yes. So room 1 has had 203 views, the 5-hour 41 on YouTube. Room 2 has had 101 views, and then another 28 on the shorter clip.
We are live on YouTube.
Amazing, thank you.
You want the link?
Yes, please, yeah.
Can we get these videos from YouTube, or it's only on YouTube?
Oh, you can download it off YouTube, yeah. Yeah, so that's why we're using it as well. So it's like a backup if any of the Zoom recordings fail.
Yeah, because I confess I forgot to record yesterday.
Oh no!
Because I saw, yeah, I don't know. There was too much confusion in my head.
It's difficult to remember all these things, you know, if you're going back in and out. It's what I tend to do on my other account is to set automatic recording on every meeting. But then what happens on my computer is I end up with, like when we've been practicing calls, I've ended up with kind of 100 different Zoom folders.
They record it on the cloud, right?
Yes, exactly. So if it's going to the cloud like it is now, that's much better as well. So it doesn't rely on someone to upload it again.
Because I don't know.
Great, thank you. Should we rename the rooms, because it's called room 4 stories still? Yes, exactly. So if it's going to the cloud,
where?
I can actually do that part. It's an edit video.
It's not the name?
Or you can do it whichever. Yeah, if you go onto the link that you sent me and then click on edit video, it's like a blue button underneath it.
Nope, I don't see this.
No, okay, let me just do it.
That it's connecting with my personal Gmail account, and I'm always trying to switch to the African Crossroads Gmail account, but I cannot for some, I don't know why.
That's exactly the kind of issue I'm having as well. And
I cannot check what videos we have. I cannot do anything on the.
Well, I'm glad you've managed to start, because I've got it the other way around today, where I can do everything in YouTube, but I can't seem to authorize the live stream. So I'll rename this. This is room 2 today, or 3.
Well, it's room stories.
Stories, room 2, yeah. Okay.
Or just room stories, no?
Or room stories.
How are we naming all of them?
Stories room?
Is there a way to name all of them? Forum, stories, sound exhibition, just checking the main. Yeah, it's room. On the document we sent to everyone, it's written like this. Room stories.
Room stories. Okay, cool. Perfect.
Louise, une question. Tu n'as toujours pas de réponse de Samy?
Non, toujours pas. J'essaie de le relancer plusieurs fois sur Skype. J'ai relancé aussi Yolanda, qui devait nous fournir le taux appliqué sur les factures, mais aucune réponse des deux. Je peux essayer de relancer. En général, sur Skype, il est plus réactif. Je peux essayer de le relancer aussi par mail. Mais en général, il ne répond pas trop par mail.
Je vais demander par WhatsApp.
Tu l'as sur... Si tu l'as sur WhatsApp, ouais, moi je ne l'ai pas.
Oui, il m'a déjà fait le coup.
Ouais,
Une réponse aujourd'hui, pouf, par WhatsApp. Du coup, je vais le faire le même coup.
ok, ah bah, vas-y.
So now on the website, how should we format it, do you think? Because should I just put it into room 4 stories from yesterday? Is that okay then?
Right, I can ask in the main room.
I'll log into the main room now as well. Yeah, the one.
Yeah, so we write it as I wrote in the chat.
I've got that. I've got room stories. So I'm just saying on the website for the formatting. So if I show you, I'll show my.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't show my screen, but anyway, you know the 4 buttons.
Yeah. Can we remove 2 of them? Or...
Yeah. We can just probably just put day 1 links or something.
Room, forum. We remove
room forum, room workshop, room stories. Yeah, I'll just remove them, not room numbers, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Ok, j'ai envoyé à Samy.
Super, merci.
I will just share a slide and just tell me if it's full screen, if you see other things, because I couldn't see yesterday. Is it full screen?
Yeah, that's full screen.
Or
I can see the top.
You can see the red, yellow, orange.
Yeah.
If I do this,
Yeah, much better. Yeah, better.
Is it still the case now?
No, now it's good.
Now, yeah. So now it's good.
Yeah, now I can see everything and no bar there.
All right. And you don't see anything else appearing?
No.
Okay. And I leave it this way.
Yeah.
For now.
Didier, are you listening to Sandy's music with the microphone and the other room?
You hear it? Okay. It's okay. It's in French. You don't get it. It's for Louis. You hear it, Louis?
Oh, it's not. No, we're trying to source where this music's coming from on the other room.
Ah,
I think three of us are.
Music is not me.
What kind of music is that?
There's Subi, the stuff we'll be playing today, Sandra.
Oh.
Not me. No,
Yeah, that's not from you, right?
So now, for instance, you hear something?
Ça, c'est un peu chiant.
Yeah.
You hear
Ils ont
Samy?
envoyé un mail à Yolanda pour voir ça, pour nous dire.
Okay. Ouais, il vient de me répondre, donc je suis en train d'écouter.
Ok. C'était rapide.
Ouais. Attends. Ça veut dire quoi que Nour demande ce qu'il en est de la section archives past? Exactement.
Bah, je lui ai demandé. Parce qu'apparemment, comme d'hab, elle a dit que ça va retarder le site internet si elle n'a pas d'infos là-dessus. Et je lui avais dit que tu voulais. Enfin, j'avais mis des liens pour les éditions passées sur l'ancien site internet, sur le document du contenu, parce qu'on voulait avoir ça sur le site, le nouveau site. Du coup, je lui ai dit que l'idéal, ce serait d'avoir une page, soit édition passée, soit archive, où on met tout.
Non, l'idée, c'est vraiment d'importer le contenu 2018-2019 sans avoir à importer le code, parce que c'est le code qui pose problème, mais le contenu, il reste le contenu. Et on garde ça comme c'est-à-dire c'est une page 2018, une autre page 2019, avec la description de ce que c'était en 2018, la présentation et ensuite les participants, etc. Et pareil pour le 2019, donc c'est deux. Ensuite, comment c'est classé dans le menu en haut? Ça, on peut mettre édition passée, ou dans ressources, ou
Ouais.
je sais pas, déjà créer les pages, ensuite.
Ouais, c'est ce que je voulais qu'il fasse. Enfin, ouais. Parce que, enfin, je sais pas comment c'est possible. Si on peut faire une page édition passée, on clique dessus et on a, encore une fois, tu sais, un petit carré avec chaque édition. Et quand on clique dessus, ça nous ouvre une page où on a tout le détail de l'édition. Ou bien on met ça, oui, dans ressources. Mais du coup, ce serait pas un truc qu'on télécharge, mais ce serait simplement ressources. Il y aurait édition passée et on pourrait cliquer.
Ouais, mais ça, j'imagine, c'est pas très en général, c'est pas compliqué à faire. De rajouter une catégorie dans le super menu,
Ouais.
ou rajouter une sous-catégorie dans une catégorie.
Mais du coup, pour laquelle est-ce que tu préférerais? Ou est-ce qu'on va pour les deux? C'est ça que je sais pas.
Non, non, c'est une des deux.
Ouais.
Je me demande juste si on met dans ressources, du coup, c'est un peu perdu au milieu des autres.
Ouais. Et c'est. Ouais. Je sais pas si c'est vraiment une ressource. Enfin, peut-être moins au sens de document ou vidéo ou image, quoi.
Ou alors on met quelque chose, peut-être juste un bouton événement, ou ça, c'est juste pour montrer que c'était des événements, des conférences qu'on a organisées.
Parce que la page événement, update sont là, quoi. Mais là, c'est plus ce qui est à venir. C'est pas le côté passé.
Ouais.
À moins que là-dessus, on ait un sous-onglet archive ou édition passée.
Attends, parce que là, ouais, je vais voir ce qu'on a aujourd'hui. C'est community activities. Ils ne peuvent pas nous faire une proposition, je sais rien. C'est eux qui construisent les sites internet. Et qu'est-ce que ça? I have a question. Well, maybe I can check directly online, but on Afri Labs, you have all the website, you have all kind of categories, right? And I guess one of them is about the yearly meeting that you do. How do you classify this in your different tabs? In the menu of the website. Yeah, maybe I should go. See here. About program events, member services, blog, concert, annual gathering.
Oh, so we have it as a thing of its own, so it doesn't even fall under our events.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just because it's our one big thing for the year, so we decided to just give it the page of its own and not have it mixed up with all our other things.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Attends, je termine avec Samy et pour écouter ce qu'il a à dire et je reviens vers toi, Luce.
Ouais, ça marche.
Louise, t'es dispo lundi?
Est-ce que je suis dispo lundi? C'est ça la question? Ouais.
Ok, donc on fait tout ça lundi direct avec Samy.
Ok.
Quelle heure je peux lui dire? 14h?
Ouais, ça marche.
Is Stimulus Africa coming? You're on mute, Nikisa.
I said, yes, that's Rudo. That's Rudo. Hi, Rudo. Hello, Rudo.
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
Hi. Good. I was just saying I was having a bit of a connectivity challenge because I've been trying to get on since about 11:30, but at least I'm on now. Yeah, I don't know what happened to our internet today. It's just decided to be unresponsive, but at least we're up now.
Yeah.
I can't see myself. Is that a thing?
You can't see what, sorry?
I can't see myself. Does that matter? Can you see me?
I think I can see you. Maybe you need to change the view on the top right because you're currently sharing a slide. So that's
am I?
all that you're seeing. Yeah.
We have I'm not sharing.
Red and blue. No, we are.
You are sharing.
Yes. Okay. There's currently a slide being shared.
Should I stop it?
Fine.
No.
No. Okay. It's fine. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
So we're starting at 12?
Yes. Wait, 12 your whose time?
Oh no, my time it'll be 1 o'clock.
Okay, yeah, I think my time.
EAT is Central African time. So this is Pretoria.
Let me not guess. Let me just have a look at the program.
Well, that's what the slide is saying.
Yeah, that's what the slide is saying. So yes, so we are on at 12:45 West African time and 2:45 East African time. You are, where would you be?
In Central African time?
1:45.
Central Africa, Pretoria, 1:45.
Yeah.
Okay, so 1:45 to 2:45? It's an hour?
1:45 to, how long do we have? Yeah, I think it's about an hour because the next thing begins at 4, but there's a bit of a break. Yeah, it is an hour. Yeah, it's absolutely, it's exactly 1 hour.
It's an hour?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 12 now. What time should I log back in?
If you could be back in just 15 minutes before your session, so that would be about 1:30. Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yep.
Are you going to be sharing any slides?
No, because I thought for a 7-minute conversation, it'll be better to do more of a TED talk than slides and distractions.
Yeah.
And then it's just going to be sort of 2 or 3 points to start the discussion rather than it also being a presentation from me. So yeah, it'll be more from a TED talk perspective, and just some reflections from the hubs we've been working with, and just how they've, some of the comments and thoughts that have come through in terms of how COVID has really impacted their spaces and things like this, and just, a little bit of encouragement, and then we start the discussion. So I didn't feel that needed a slide.
No, that's good. I absolutely agree. Yeah.
All right.
Good. Can you hear me okay? I can hear you okay. I think we're good to go.
I can hear you fine. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Great. I'll see you in
Yay.
Half an hour?
In an hour?
In an 21.
No, an hour and a half.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it's 12 now.
Oh yes, yes.
It's 12 in Zimbabwe, so I'll be back in at half. Yes.
All right. See
Cool.
you. Go
Thanks,
have some
Akessa.
lunch or something.
Cheers.
Bye.
This is our room, right?
Yes, this is our room. Although if you want to attend the stuff happening before, there's if you look at the document.
No, I can attend stuff on my phone, but for my laptop, I want to leave it set up in the room.
Yeah, this is the room.
So I'm not going to log out.
Oh, okay.
Okay, great.
Good.
Cheers.
Yes, this is our room. Although if you want to attend the stuff what's happening? I heard myself. Oh, you're watching it on YouTube.
But no, you're here, Nekesa. Who are you? I'm checking the live stream.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a strange thing.
What's happening? Hello, Trisha.
Hi, hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I loved the videos yesterday.
Did you enjoy yourself?
I did. I had to watch them later because I was busy in other rooms, but when I finally got to watch them, oh my goodness. We need a lot more of the world needs to see that.
Yeah, we got a guy to take the video of it, and we're also going to have an offline today. So we're gonna have some really cool content for you guys soon.
Ah, nice.
Yeah. How are you doing? I hope not too stressed.
No, we are great. We are loving it. We're loving the engagement, and we think everyone will be really pleased with today's content, all the music that there is in the conversations.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's been good.
Awesome.
Yes.
So we're just doing a test right now before the session at 2.
Yeah. So there's 2 things happening. There is a hub managers meetup, and that's what's happening at 2.
Okay.
No, that would be your 12. There's a hub managers meetup happening at your 12, which you're very welcome to be part of. We'll be talking about the pandemic and how it has affected hubs. And then after that, that'll go 1 hour, and then there'll be a bit of a break, and then we'll come back at your 2 for the hub showcase, which is the photos that you've sent. And then each hub will have 5 minutes to talk through the photos. Yeah.
Okay.
So the session runs 45 minutes. So each hub would get about 5 minutes, then maybe a question or 2. Maybe the question, I think maybe you'll have the questions at the end. So each hub will get about 5 minutes. So if all hubs are there, that's about 35 minutes.
Okay.
Hopefully, and that will leave us 10 minutes for anything else that comes up. Yeah, so we have your photos. Evelyn is just putting them onto the slides now. So we should be absolutely set for you by then. Yeah, but all that you would need to do is just, this is what this photo is, this is how we use this space, and then just keep going through all the photos and plan to go for like 5 minutes. That's it.
Okay, cool. Okay, sounds good. Maybe I don't know if I could maybe look for some other photos in my email, because I just took photos of the space as it is today, but maybe the hub being used in other ways, or are these photos okay? And then I'm happy to just kind of walk through everything that we've done there.
Yeah, I think I love the photos. I mean, what you've done with those chairs, I was like, why didn't I ever think of that? I love the photos as they are. So you could talk about what we're seeing and other ways that you've used the space. I think that's perfect.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is the exact room. So when you're ready, just come back right here.
Okay. Cool. Awesome.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks,
Bye.
Nikita. Bye, guys. Yeah.
There's someone called Yolanda Burirani Nekesa, if you're here. Adrian? The question for Adrian. You're typing. Okay. You're mute here. In Nekesa, there's Yolanda Burirani.
Hi, Yolanda.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. So are you all set for your, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Okay, good, I can hear you as well. So our showcase is set for 4 p.m. EAT. Is that 3 p.m. your time?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you could get in like 15 minutes earlier, that would be great. And what we've done with all the photos is that we've put them on one slide. It's going to be one slide show, and actually yours are first, so you would go first. And all that you need to do is walk through each of the photos, telling us what you're seeing and how you use the space. And we've allocated each hub 5 minutes. There'll be 7 hubs representing, and we have about 45 minutes. So that's about 5 minutes per hub with just a bit of a buffer for each. Yeah, and that really is all that we'll expect from you. We'll see how engaging or how engaged the participants are. Maybe they'll have some questions just around some of your programs and that kind of stuff. But I expect the time will go really fast because it's 45 minutes and there's 7 hubs, so there's a lot to share. So do you have any questions?
I can't seem to hear.
I can hear you. Or did you hear anything that I said?
No, I heard everything that you said up till that people will then be allowed to ask questions, and we'll be given at least 5 minutes to give a walkthrough of our hub.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that was basically it. I just said we have a short amount of time.
Okay.
The session goes 45 minutes, and since there's 7 hubs, that just gives us about 5 minutes ish. Yeah, so that was it.
Okay, I have one question. Are we going to use the same link to log on to the room?
Yes, it's going to be this exact room, so the same way you got in just now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Yolanda.
Thank you.
Boniface, is that you? Boniface, is that you from Current Village?
Hi, everyone. Yes, it is. I'm just setting up. Give me a few minutes.
Okay.
Starting in 15 minutes, right?
Yep. Man, the time flew by so fast.
Afrotopia is waiting.
Yeah.
Nekesa, one quick question. Do we have more pictures for the remaining hubs?
We have, Evelyn should have the H factor photos now and L space.
Okay.
Actually, I think it's just Afrotopia left, which is good because they just came into the room.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Steph, is that you? Hello, Afrotopia, Karen Village.
Hi, everyone. Sorry.
Hi, Boniface. That's okay. I hope Afrotopia can hear us as well. Can see the videos on. So we need to jump back to the forum room for the opening soon. So I'll just give a quick brief of what's going to happen in this room. So at about, what is it? About 2 o'clock East Africa time, there's going to be a hub showcase. No, sorry, a hub managers meetup, which everyone is welcome to attend. We will basically be talking about the pandemic and how it has affected hubs and hub managers and what their plans are moving forward. And then our session, which is the hub showcase, will begin at 4 p.m. my time, that's Kenya time. And that is where you guys will get to present. So we have all your photos on one slideshow, and you'll know for sure when it's your turn to speak because it will come up, the slide will come up with your name on it, and then I'll just give you a quick cue to proceed. And all that you have to do is talk through the different photos that we are seeing, what's happening in the photo and how else you use the space. And please try and keep it within 5 minutes, just because there's 7 hubs for a 45-minute slot. And so we want to just try and make sure that everyone gets enough time to speak. So that's about 5 minutes per hub. And that's really it, unless you guys have any questions. No? If not, that's fine as well. And I guess we just, okay, I see your message after Afrotopia, but can I hear you Afrotopia, just so we make sure that your sound is okay? Hello. Okay, who's sending in your photos? I love the blank stare.
Lennox, yeah, he's around. He's
the guy over there.
I can't see him, but he's there. Yeah.
Oh Lord. Okay, I will pray that okay.
Yeah, he's sending the photo. He's sending the photo. Okay. We need to see you, actually.
Hello.
Hi, Grace.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Thank you.
Good. So the overall program is about to begin. So forgive me, I'll talk really fast. So those that have to jump over to that side can do that. So this is where our hub showcase session is going to happen. It will happen at 4 p.m. my time, which is what? Is that 3 p.m. your time? Not sure.
So it will happen 4 p.m. East Africa time. Anyway, so that's in about 3 hours from now. And we have all your photos on one slideshow. And so when it's your time to speak, you'll see that the slide has the name of your hub on it. And then the next slides will be the photos that you sent in. And so all that you'll need to do is just talk through the different photos, what you're seeing in the image and how else you use that space. I think and how else you use that space, or basically what activity is happening in the photo and what was the bigger event happening at the time. And then if you could please go 5 minutes, because it's a 45-minute showcase. And so we want each of the 7 hubs to have adequate time to talk about their work. And so that would take us, about 5 minutes per hub. And that's really it, unless you've got any questions. Yep, that's it, guys. Thank you. I'll see you when our session begins, which is now about 2 hours from now, a little over 2 hours from now, I guess. No, a little under 2 hours from now. Please come in 15 minutes before the session. I'll post the exact time for the session in our group again, just so we're all on the same page. And other than that, please feel free to join the forum room. That's where the opening is happening. And then once that's done, then we'll come back to this room for our session. But this is the exact room that our session will be, the exact same way that you got in just now. All right, I'll see you up on the other side.
Yeah. I just shared the link to the forum.
Yep. So if you want to join those sessions, please jump over with us.
Thank you.
It's really great music and videos. Good go.
so they're gonna put you on trial green.
Thank you very much, everyone, for joining. This is the Stories Room, and so we will soon begin the Hub Manager meetup. We'll give it just a couple more minutes and see if anyone else joins us. All right, I think we will get started now. It's my absolute pleasure to hand over the floor to Rudo, who's the co-founder at Stimulus Africa, to set us off.
Thank you, Nikisa, and afternoon, everyone. I hope you've all had an invigorating 1.5 days so far. It's been very interesting for me to be participating in the African Crossroads, to have listened to various talks, as well as to now share a few insights. When I was asked to say a few words before the Hub meetup discussion, I thought about it, and I felt that, you know, as Hub managers, we spend a lot of time working for our constituents and our Hub members, strategizing on how to keep the Hub afloat financially and in other ways, building partnerships and things like this. And as Hub managers, you know, you're only, just like anyone, you're only as good at what you do if you take care of yourself. So I really wanted to just reflect on the importance of taking care of yourself on an individual level to ensure that you're at 100% of your game to be able to then, you know, get back into the trenches, work, etc. So I started Stimulus in 2011. And so because it was a small, and at its infancy, I was the Hub manager then. And I remember many, many nights of trying to, you know, pull together a plan around workshops for this person has this problem, and so on and so forth. And I got burnt out pretty much within 6 months to a year. I ended up getting burnt out because there was always this constant thing of we need to program, we need to provide, we need to, you know, be available in every space so people get to know that we're there, so that we're able to build a community. And that really taught some real key lessons to me, which I've then taken on over the years and then taught to our new Hub manager and other Hubs as we've gone along, you know, partnering and supporting new Hubs. So the first thing is definitely self-care. You're not a miracle worker. You can't create miracles from thin air. But what you can do is be the best of who you are. And the reason you're in this room, the reason you're in this workspace of Hub management is because you have a passion, you're driven, you want to help people, and you know, you clearly have a skill for it, a talent for it that needs to be nurtured and needs to be really encouraged to grow. So feed your passion, you know, don't stop learning. Be out there whenever someone else is teaching something, or there's an opportunity for you to learn something new. Go out and you know, explore that opportunity so that you can keep your passion alive, growing. Other ways to take care of yourself: have a break. Really and truly, you can't always be sort of working, and I know from experience that this is a space where it's a Monday to Sunday gig, because something will be happening somewhere, and you're constantly therefore going to, when you're not doing things yourself, you're going to other people's things to see how they do it and take notes and try to see how you can incorporate that. But you need to take it easy. You need to have a break. You need to be able to just have that whew, and really reflect on even your progress and how you're working within your little niche, so that you're able to be the best you can be in your space. And I think the last thing that I would say is focus on excellence. It's really important that as a hub, whatever you're known for, when people come to you, they get that at a very high level of excellence. It won't work for you to be the mediocre hub, because the space is so, I don't know about other parts of the world, but Zimbabwe in particular has almost a flooding market for hubs. So whatever it is that you do, you must do it excellently. You must really commit your time to developing whatever products or processes that you need to have in place in order for you to be able to be excellent at that specific thing and carve out your niche in the market space, and be able to actively deliver consistently a good product or service for your hub members, but also for new people, because we constantly need to be growing our networks. And, you know, in order to grow your network, you need to then put your value proposition forward and make sure that people understand who you are and what you do, and make sure that who you say you are and what you say you do is actually what you are doing. So those, Nekesa, would be my sort of opening words just to get us going.
Thank you so much, Rudo. And absolutely everything that you said, I'm sure resonates with all the hub managers. It certainly resonates with me, having managed a hub for about 8 years now. I only this year moved on to something else, but for 8 years I was part of the leadership at iHub, which is a hub in Nairobi, Kenya. And it is a I mean, some days you wake up and you feel like it is a thankless job. You walk into your space and you wonder, do these innovators even know? Do they begin to understand what I go through for them? But then there's also days there's also days when you walk in and you are just amazed by the things that your communities are able to build, you know, and so it's an emotional roller coaster. I think being a hub manager, there's needing to be there for your community always. There's needing to also focus on being able to bring in the money for your communities. There's need to focus on constantly validating yourself or showing your value to, you know, like the government and so on. And so I don't know how we got where we are, but I feel like we're just awesome. We are awesome people who should give ourselves a pat on the back every once in a while. Yeah, so thank you so much for that, Rudo. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Great, thank you, everyone. So we are, I think, maybe about 10 participants in this room. I know some of my colleagues, my co-facilitators are in here as well. I'm eager to know who's in the room. And so if you're up for it, if your bandwidth will allow it, I'd love to be able to see your face. And then if you're up for it, if you could just unmute and tell us who you are. And so no pressure, but I'll just call you in the order that I see you on my screen, just so we don't have too many people unmuting at the same time, and give you some time to unmute and tell us who you are. So I'll start with Grace Banda. Grace, are you on?
Or also for the
yeah. Great. Please tell us where you are and which hub you manage or are a part of.
Hello, everyone. This is Grace Banda. I'm managing the hub in Lusaka, Zambia, Barefoot Theatre.
Great, thank you.
Sorry?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Berkeley Theatre is a non-government organization, and it's unique in such a way that it was actually started by some former street children who lived on the street. They found theatre and the arts as a way of communicating their needs, as a way of distracting themselves from a lot of other things that were happening on the street, a lot of bad vices that were happening on the street. Okay, I'll just switch on my microphone so that my video so you can see me.
There you are.
Right. Yes. What we call five main areas, we call them the 5 toes. Do you want me to go on and explain everything?
Maybe we can come back to that a little bit later so we can get to know who else is in the room. Thank you so much, Grace. Mamadou, do you want to tell us where you're calling in from?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good morning. Good morning to this house. Good morning to the Africa Crossroads team members. I was in this room yesterday. My name is Mamadou Hadiso from Sierra Leone, Freetown. I'm the CEO of a community-based organization, Basic Skill Academy, which is focusing on skill training and agriculture development. I yesterday presented together with a friend a project we did on the African Crossroads after the 2019 editions on sustainable online market. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mamadou. Eunice?
She hears us, but she has a problem with her phone.
Okay, I see your note. She says, I'm Eunice Adhiambo. I have a problem with my mouthpiece. I can hear all of you, but you can't hear me. I'm the founder of Malkia Center, a hub in Kilifi, Kenya. We established this year to support women engaging in the cottage industry. Great, thank you. Thank you, and it's great to have you here, Eunice. Kelvin?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It's 1 p.m. here in Nigeria. Yeah, it's 1 p.m. It's 1 p.m. here in Nigeria. My name is Kelvin Deso Jiraji. I'm the founder and CEO of Agri-Tech and Social Innovation Hub. Agri-Tech and Social Innovation Hub is an innovation center where we are trying to accelerate the application of technology in agriculture. So basically what we do is to get young people into agriculture, get young people into technology to disrupt the sector. Yeah, so it's actually a co-working space as well. We do business incubation as well, but our core focus is agriculture. We are from the northern part of Nigeria, and we are predominantly farmers. And the average age of a farmer here in Nigeria is 51 years. So agri is too sensitive a sector to be left in the hands of old people. So we are trying to get young people into the sector to disrupt it, because Nigeria has a very, very huge population. So food security is at risk if we continue to leave food production in the hands of old people. So as a hub, we are looking at reducing the average age of a Nigerian farmer to 38 in the next 10 years. And that has to do a lot of work. So basically, that is what we are out for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelvin. There's someone from Swahili Pot, and I'm going to ask you to just unmute and first teach us how to pronounce your name, and then tell us what you do. I don't want to risk it.
Good to see all of you. Okay, first, my name is Firdaus. Can you say that?
Firdaus.
Firdaus, yes. That's
okay, great.
Okay, so first, I would really like to appreciate African Crossroads, and it was really great hosting you guys last year. I hope you remember. Yes. So, okay, my name is Firdaus again, and I am the head of administration at Swahili Pot Hub. And so basically about Swahili Pot Hub, this is a community organization that works with artists and takes towards the same goal. And the goal is to help them and the community at large to develop themselves. So we are located in Mombasa. For those who don't know, Mombasa is in Kenya again, and so we do this through various programs at the hub, which include trainings and workshops and mentorship programs, incubations through internships and attachments. So that's basically what Swahili Pot Hub in brief. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll ask Barefoot Theatre to go next, and as they unmute, if anyone has spoken and would like to drop the link to their website in the chat, please feel free to do that so people can check out more of your work after this session. But Barefoot Theatre, is there anyone there? Would you like to tell us what you do?
Hi, so we are a theatre organization. Mainly we work with young people that are living on the street and those are at risk of going to live on the street using theatre.
Great.
Hello, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes. No, I just realized that we heard from you already, didn't we?
Oh, yes, we did.
Yeah, it's just it's two profiles, so I got a bit confused. Okay.
Oh, no, because we have in different rooms.
Yes,
we have
exactly.
in different rooms and people are joining in from different rooms.
Yeah.
So some of them
all right.
might be listening to me there.
Thank you to, welcome to the rest of the team. Emily, tell us what you're up to. Emily, are you there?
Yes. Hi, sorry, good morning. Or it's afternoon already, yeah.
Yeah.
My name is Emily Muki, and I'm the founder and CEO of Davis Mickey Foundation. And we run a hub called Impact Hub in Limbe, Cameroon. What we do is we provide coaching and mentorship. It's an incubation and accelerator hub for startups, SMEs, youth running civil society organizations or youth projects or programs, and even women as well. So we should also have a co-working space where we give room for those without offices to use our space for work, and also provide continuous mentorship, coaching, capacity building, training, and support for fundraising and all of that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Boniface from Karen Village.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Boniface Moli. I run a creative enterprise called Falme Productions. We're an animation studio, produce an animation series called Makarao. And we are based at Karen Village, which is a creative and innovation hub located along Gong Road in Nairobi. I also support Karen Village as the events coordinator here. So yeah, we're a new space, relatively new in Nairobi, in Kenya, and really looking to engage and connect with the other hubs within Kenya and across Africa as well to collaborate and do things together. So it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Boniface. Dennis?
Hey. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
All right, cool. My name is Dennis Imani, and I'm in Lilongwe, Malawi. I run a hub called Koala Creatives. It's basically started as an online hub where we work with different creatives. It's a multidisciplinary hub, so we work with musicians, work with DJs, work with dancers. And what we do is basically provide a space where they can showcase their talents online and they can be represented. So we do a lot of things in the arts and entertainment space in Malawi and also across the Southern Africa region. We've also had a collaborative project with Hiba Foundation based in Morocco last year through the African Crossroads. So yeah, basically that's about me.
Great, thank you very much, Dennis. And finally, O'Brien.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
My name is O'Brien Makore from Harare, Zimbabwe. I'm the executive director of Zaisu Trust.
I think he froze. Let's give him a few seconds and see if he'll come back up. Okay, O'Brien, we'll come back to you. I hope I'm not talking over you, but we can't hear you. And so we'll let you introduce yourself a little bit later. Sorry, O'Brien, we can't hear you. Yeah, he dropped off. Okay. So guys, let's talk about where we are now as a Pan-African innovation and creative ecosystem. Along with the rest of the world, we've gone through a pretty intense time with the pandemic. I know for a lot of us within the continent, we maybe began to really feel it in about February, March. And I'm curious to hear where you guys are as hubs. Are you still running? What's the status? Or what was your initial reaction in February or March when we really began to feel the effects and we now had to take measures? And as you think about that question, and I'll invite anyone to just raise a hand, and if you want to go and share some of what your experience has been so far. But as you think that, maybe think about it, I'll just share from some of the hubs that I've been involved with. I work with AfriLabs, which is a Pan-African network of hubs. We currently have 240 hubs within our membership, and they're spread over 47 African countries. And for majority of those hubs in February, March, depending on what the government regulations were, a lot of them shut down and spent about a month or two figuring out how to come back online. And so what was interesting is that it wasn't an immediate switch to digital in terms of programs and so on, but many had to now figure out, okay, where's the database of our members? What kind of programs can we continue to have online? How do we engage our community members online? What about the programs? What about our team members? For the hub managers, what about the team members that were relying on us? What kind of conversations do we have about what's realistic in terms of, can I still pay you, can I not? And so there was about a month, 2 months of really just trying to figure out, okay, what does the pandemic mean for us and how do we move past it? So I'm curious to hear from anyone that's willing to begin sharing, what was the beginning of the pandemic for, what was the beginning of the pandemic for you? What were your initial reactions and what did you have to put in place immediately? Would anyone want to unmute and share?
Yeah, sure. I will need to share our experiences. When COVID-19 came, for us, it was very challenging because the community which we usually target, these are some of those disadvantaged communities. And for our activities, we've been engaging them physically. So when COVID-19 came, it also came up with these restrictions in terms of gatherings. So it was now very difficult for us to continue with our activities. But sometimes we use theater, music, poetry, comedy to engage the community and also conscientize them on day-to-day issues, especially those thematic issues to do with governance, human rights, and so forth. So due to COVID-19 now, it was very, very difficult. But we also need to thank our partner, EVOS, who came on board with the Resilient Fund. For us, really, it was a real Resilient Fund because it helped us to keep on going in trying to reallocate our operations from physical to virtual. And today, I'm glad to say we've been doing our activities for the past 5 to 6 months online, engaging with the community. Even though majority of them, they don't have smart devices, but they're beginning to realize that this is the new way, this is the new normal. And a lot of them now, they're going online so that they can keep on engaging with us and also sharing their experiences on how best we can transform our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, O'Brien. And Grace, you wanted to go as well?
Yes, so I think it's a similar situation with a lot of African countries, and especially creatives around the world. So for Barefit as well, I think it took us quite a number of, I think 2 months as well, to just figure out what are we doing right now, where do we go? We work with a lot of creatives as well that depend on the organization for their day-to-day. That means we have young people that work in the theater company that needs, get paid after performances. So also that's we needed to figure out what are we going to do for the young people, because that was like, where they get their bread and butter. So we put up a few initiatives. One, most of the young people that we work with, especially the ones on the street, and when we reintegrate them, they either go to a drop-in center and then to an orphanage or back into their homes. A lot of these families were experiencing a lot of struggles, especially feeding their families, which meant that even if the lockdown was, was happening, the families were starving. They can't stay home to, and wait for food to come, so they had to go out still. So what we started doing as well is, appealing to well wishers, doing performances online, and people are donating small amounts of money. And with that small amount of money, would buy food and package it, buy basic needs for different families. That just means, some carbohydrates, some protein, to make sure it's something that can only last them for a month. Unfortunately, we couldn't feed everyone, but we so far from when the pandemic started, at least I think we have fed about 500 families. We also had what we call an emergency camp. Most of the young people that we work with as well, the very young ones that are on the street, a lot of them depend on begging on the street to survive. So we had to do an emergency camp where we had to take all the kids from the street and into the partner drop-in center where we were holding. So it meant that our facilitators gave up some of their times, our performers gave up some of their times to live in the center for like 2 months with the children, so that there's no contamination or there's no anyone going out in and out to bring the virus. So that's another thing that we did, and we had a huge performance at the end, and it was streamed live as well, so that people can see around the world what we were doing with the young people, how we were keeping them busy. And that was also very important for us, because that meant some of the kids decided to go back home, because most of these kids are also on drugs. So it means, it was also like a rehabilitation center for us. And some kids after the 2 months decided they wanted to go home, and now we're doing the follow-ups. Right now, it's not as intense as it was then, but still, I think there's still follow-ups. Yeah, and we did some online performances as well, just to see how we can still engage, how people can still continue, giving something for our performers, even when they put up different shows online. Yeah, but it took us like 3 months as well to figure out what we're doing and how we are gonna, take care of all our facilitators and our performers. It hasn't been easy, but I think we're getting out of it slowly.
Thank you very much for sharing, Grace and O'Brien. And what I'm hearing is several, but 2 things I'd like to highlight. One, I'm hearing the value of partnerships. And so it had to be, perhaps people that are funding you, or just friends of your organizations or communities that you needed to go to that help support your work, especially in that initial critical time. And then 2, I'm also hearing care. And so we kind of all defaulted to this. We have this community of these people that rely on us, that we need to figure out how do we care for them. Yeah, and that for sure is things that as hub managers, you wake up thinking about that every day. I have this community, how do I show them care? People, it's almost as though people leave their homes and come into our spaces and say, phew, now I have someone to take care of me. And so you have to also shift your way of thinking as a hub manager to understanding, even if you have no experience being a parent, that there's people actually relying on you to parent them to some extent. And I hope this resonates with other people as well. So thank you very much for sharing that. Would anyone else like to share? I do have a second question, if no one else would like to share on what the initial reaction was. So the pandemic has taught us lots of things, and I'm curious to hear from anyone, what did you used to do before that the pandemic has taught you to no longer do? And I'll give an example. In different places where I have worked, I know that when someone comes in and says something like, oh, I have a toothache, I am going home to rest, or I'm going to look for a dentist, sometimes it's true, but sometimes what they really meant to say, that they were afraid to say, was, I just need to go home and take care of my kid. You know, it's just maybe the nanny left, or I just miss my child and I just need some time to breathe and go home. You know, and so there are those little lies that we would tell to get out of work. But now with the pandemic, people just feel it's so much easier to relate to people. You know, you're on calls and you can see people with their children, and that's absolutely fine. Or people say, you know what, I can't be on calls between 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. because, you know, I'm home and my kids are here, so we're doing school, or, you know, it's lunchtime. And it's perfectly understandable now. So I'm curious for you guys, what things did you used to do as an individual or as a hub that following the pandemic, you've now been like, you know what, I don't need to do that anymore. This is my new way of doing stuff. Kelvin was really nodding, so I'm hoping you have something to say. I saw you really feeling me.
Yeah, I can relate. As a manager, I can relate very well, especially working with young people. Yeah, usually they walk in, and of course they have a lot of schedules outside the hub, and of course all they need to get to you is lies. So you just have to, as a manager in the hub, you just have to get used to lies, and then and then learn to decode when the lies comes towards you. And of course, you just have to be very, very flexible with young people, or else you send them away. As a hub, we are pretty much located in a community where young people don't have access to skills, young people don't have access to mentorship, young people don't have access to the support system to pick up an idea, iterate it over and over, and eventually build something meaningful out of it. As I said earlier, we are pretty much located in northern Nigeria. The Lagos and of course the Port Harcourt and the Benin are in the south. Literacy level here is very, very low. What actually sells in this part of Nigeria is politics. Considerably, we've been introduced over a very long stretch of time, because what actually sells in the North more is politics. So the politics here has had a way of eating deep in the psyche of young people. An average young person here is thinking of running for election as against upskilling himself to prepare himself for the job of the future. So naturally, you come across young people who are not so willing to pick up skills and then go with it. So I'm used to lies, and oftentimes I make friends to these guys and I go to their houses and I befriend them, and you just have to invite them over and over and over and over and over. But now most of our activities are gradually moving online, virtual. So things are gradually changing. But then again, building interest in young people who over time are used to a certain trajectory of life is not always easy. It takes patience, it takes consistency, and most especially it takes passion. You have to be passionate so that they'll get to learn from you and all that. So I was nodding because as a young person working with young people, I can easily connect to what you are saying and all that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Calvin. I'd like to read out what Eunice says in the chat. She says Malkia Center was actually inspired by the economic impacts of the pandemic on women. In April and May, we would mobilize support, so that's foodstuff, detergents, and so on. It became so unsustainable that we decided to bring together local women who could produce coastal snacks, to do so in large scale as we explored local markets for them. The results surprised us. We still operate below our potential, but yes, the women have income and a platform for sharing, learning, and support. And that's actually a very good point, because I know of some hubs which, as much as they had to close, they became spaces where people could begin to produce sanitizers or masks. And yeah, I'm curious for anyone else, did you find that this was a period to now move away from perhaps directly supporting communities and focusing on, you know, personal, the PPEs, you know, the sanitizers, the masks, the shields, and so on that communities could use? Did anyone begin doing that? Yeah, Grace.
So as one of the other initiatives actually we were doing is to work with the communities to help them make masks using things that they can find around the house, because a lot of communities that we work in are really poor communities. So one of the ways we started doing is, you know, helping them make simple masks using whatever materials, or especially bed sheets, encouraging them to use 100% cotton, which most bed sheets have. You know, how you can cut a small piece from the bed sheet and make a face mask. So a lot of communities also actually started making face masks, not just for themselves, but other people that they thought needed the face mask, because a lot of people, you know, were encouraged to give out one face mask. Maybe we were encouraging them to give a face mask to your neighbor, or when you're making yours, make sure you make for your neighbor. So a lot of people started making face masks as well. But we as Barefoot Us also started making face shields for the health workers, actually, because we got a company that has makes that see-through plastic that had plastic. We had another company that was cutting it for us in shape. We had a foam company that gave us the foam that we could put there, you know, and we had another company donating the elastic. So we started making face shields for the health workers as well, and sending to the different parts of the country. And the different health facilities would send transport and just come and collect from our office. So we'd make, and we gave out around 40,000 face masks to date. We have not doing it anymore, but that's during the time that the pandemic was at its peak. We made about 40,000 face shields. Yeah.
Now that's really impressive.
I also just want to comment on the lies that people you know, make when when you are every day coming to the office. But I think for us also, we became more productive during the pandemic for some reason. One, I think because we made sure that we knew that we are working from home, so everyone of us needed to deliver at least by the end of the day. We would have a meeting, a Zoom meeting, and everyone would talk about what they've worked on. So it encouraged people to actually do something, because every day you had to report and say, oh, I worked on this, because if you're not, every day will be like, oh, so up today you didn't do anything again. So today, so everyone actually made an effort to work really hard. We became really creative as well in thinking of ways that we can, you know, sustain the organization, finding ways how we can help people that were depending on us. So we became really creative with very little resources, but really creative, and trying to see how far we can stretch the resources that we had. So yeah, as much as it was a really dark time, I think we used more of our creativity during that time, and I think we became a little bit more productive. We did more than we would usually do when everything is back to normal. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, and actually that's a good point, and is you know, is what I was going to ask the group. What are you doing now that was particularly catalyzed by the pandemic that you feel that you'll continue to do even after the pandemic? I think I've heard from other people exactly what Grace is saying, that this period has caused us to be a lot more productive because it's now delivery based. And so you know that this is what I said I'll do, and I need to do it within this time so I can report back. So I'm curious from others, what did you begin doing specifically because of the pandemic that you feel it has worked well for you and you'd probably continue to do it moving forward?
Thank you, Nekesa. In our case, actually, COVID-19 is sort of like presented an opportunity for us to do radio dramas. And I'm happy that some of our creatives, which we have been working with, they're now doing these radio dramas and are being even engaged by corporates as well as other international organizations to conduct these radio dramas. So it's a new opportunity for us, which will even continue pursuing even after COVID-19.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Is there anything new that anyone else is doing?
Hi, Nekesa. Okay, so for me, I think, like I said, basically we've been doing online things, but I think when the pandemic hit, we personally started now just focusing on working on a space. So we created a space which is, we turned one of our houses into a space where we could actually record things from, because we became limited to movement to actually meet these people and all that. So we turned a house into a space where we could actually record things from there and also hold more of live events. We were unfortunate to do more of campaigns around COVID. So we participated in the Africa COVID challenge, which was done by UNESCO, and we got a prize from there for the visual campaign. We also did several campaigns for several organizations here in Malawi. So I think most of our creatives actually started doing more projects around COVID in creating awareness and dissemination of information. And we were also lucky to partner up with another hub, and most of our creatives got onto a project with M-Hub, which is based also in Lilongwe. And they started doing a fact checker project, which was basically just trying to look into issues of fake news around COVID, fake news around politics in Malawi. We have had a political situation where we had to vote again after the 2019 elections. And so there was like a bit of tension of how would this go with fake news going all over. So we started a campaign where we're just talking about different fake news in a creative way. So I'm gonna just pop up a link in the chat where we have some of the videos of the projects that we have just been working on. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to go?
Yeah, I'll go. I have a lot of background noise, though. I don't know if.
No, we can hear you.
I can hear
you fine. Yep.
All right. So for Karen Village, one of the things that has really emerged during the pandemic is there's been a lot of repurposing of the spaces to have more, to create more room for co-working, right? So this is not something that was there before, but we found that a lot of people have, either lost their jobs and started to look for new income generating activities, small businesses and that type of thing. So starting to reutilize the spaces within the hub to make them available for people like that who want to use them for co-working, and also open up the space to things like fairs and open markets, like stuff like that will enable guys within the community to have a market for whatever it is they do. So that's been one thing that has really emerged during the pandemic around here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dennis. I see your hand up, Ferdows, if you'd like to go.
Thank you, Nekesa. So Hilipot Hub again is a community organization where almost all young people around Mombasa visit the hub every single day. Like when on a normal day before COVID, we used to have around 150 young people accessing the hub on a daily basis from 8 and then to 5 p.m. or even 6 p.m. sometimes. So it's like a few come in and then they go, others come in. So with the COVID, that really hit us really, really bad, because when it comes to controlling the numbers, you can't allow everybody to come in. And once you say like only a few can access, or even if you set a module of few people accessing the place, since it's a community space, of course it's going to create conflict, like why can't I access? Why can this person access? So we just closed the hub for a couple of months, and that's really hit us really, really hard. So we decided to go virtually. And I think that is something that has really, really helped us through this year. And because of that, our virtual impact has been felt more than our physical impact before COVID. So I'll say, I mean, COVID, as much as it has affected people negatively, for us, it was a realization of what we could do, of the resources we could utilize, like now taking advantage of all the technical strength we had. All the, Swahili Pot is just near Seacom, where the cable lands, the internet cable lands. So we are always having internet. So we decided to use that, and being a creative space, having all kinds of artists, theater artists, and all creatives in the space. This was really hard during COVID too. We decided to do our events virtually too, conducting the poetry sessions, acting, all that. So for me, I feel like we could do a lot more virtually, and finding the right team. Within this period, we also had a lot of collaborations coming in, partners from different places, because they felt the impact virtually. So as much as other hubs stopped, for us, we didn't stop. So with the right team coming together towards a common goal, I think we can achieve. So I think we'd be doing that more and more. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You guys may know that it was the International Day of Human Rights yesterday, and the theme was Recover Better. And so within that context, it was basically, there's so much has been highlighted during this period of the pandemic. We now know more about, for example, insecurities within neighborhoods, lack of resources in certain parts of our countries, particularly the more informal settlements, gender-based violence. It's now being acknowledged more, and so the theme was around, as long as we are now talking about recovery from the pandemic, let's recover better. Let's be better versions. Let's use this period to learn what we could do better. And so my challenge for you guys, and if anyone wants to come up and just say how they're challenging themselves to recover better as a hub, my challenge for you is, how do we recover better as hubs? Do you, for example, say some of the data that's doing the rounds now is that women's businesses are suffering significantly more just because of the sectors that many of them tend to be in, which it's like the hospitality sector, for example. So within our hubs, could we, for example, say that recovering better means that we are now striving to have 50% more representation from women as our hub members? I haven't asked you, but I suspect that you're not yet at 50% women engagement, or even programs and so on. So could that be one of the ways that we recover more? Could it be that we recover better? Could it be that we recover better by engaging more people with disabilities, for example? So yeah, I'm curious if anyone has any initial ideas how they want to recover better, but it's more a challenge to you guys around figure out how you can recover better and use the pandemic to open up opportunities for yourselves. But I'll let anyone that feels like they want to contribute to how they're recovering better to say so now. No? All right. We have maybe about 2-3 minutes. Does anyone have any quick questions? I saw a question from Emily earlier about how to join the Pan-African network of hubs. The one that I spoke about is called AfriLabs. So we are a network of tech and innovation spaces. And how to join is basically go on afrilabs.com and you will see an option to join the community. And once you fill in those details, someone will get in touch with you and just do some due diligence to ensure that you actually do meet the criteria, which involves things like you're running long-term or recurrent programs, you have a physical space, that kind of stuff, and that you've been in existence for more than 6 months, I think it is. And then we would then look for other people within your location that know you and can vouch for you, and then would wait to invite you for our next intake. We usually take new hubs in batches of 10, 15, 20, depends on how many have registered at any one time. Yeah, so that's how simple it is to join. We offer quite a bit of stuff. We offer reliable data, but we always open this up to the public. And so if you went on the website right now, you'd find some data. It's called the needs assessment analysis. And so what we did is we talked to our 240 hubs, the 225 then, and basically try to understand what their pain points were, what the pain points of the entrepreneurs were. We also talked to investors, and so there's some good information there about the pain points that investors have. It's a public document, so you can download it and read all about that. We've also done a State of Hubs report a couple of years back, and so that again was talking about sustainability of hubs and so on and so forth. We've done something on building resilient innovation. And so that was about how should African innovators build products that are resilient. And what the pandemic has taught us is that to survive, you need to be resilient. So what does that mean for innovators? So there's great content there about that. So that's data. We also offer funding with our partners. So we have some grants that we give to hubs regularly. And we also have capacity building. And so we have regular learning weeks where we teach our hubs everything from how to run your community, how to fundraise, how to walk through your sustainability model, how to manage your funds, and so on. So Emily, I hope that answers your question. Does anyone else have a question?
Yeah, what's the membership fee? What's the membership fee?
It is $50 per year, and that gives you access to a bunch of things, including being able to, so we regularly bid for work. And so if you're a paid up member, then we would invite you to join us for that bid. Or if we get the work, one of our policies is that our work primarily goes to our hub members. So for example, we just today are concluding an accelerator that we did with the Africa Union. And the people that are facilitating the sessions or that facilitated the sessions during that accelerator were AfriLab's member hubs, right? And so as a paid up member, you get the opportunity to get work from any projects that AfriLabs is running. However, we understand that there's some hubs that may not be able to pay that membership fee. We still invite them to be members, but there are some benefits that they may not have access to. Yeah. Right, so we are going to have to close in 1 minute, but I was reminded of this passage that's from a book called the Bible. And so bear with me, but I thought it was very relevant, especially for us as hubs in this time, just reminding ourselves that whether we had to close, whether we're still closed, whether we're able to continue going uninterrupted during the pandemic, that it's okay, and that it was the right time for it in our independent spaces. So if you're someone that reads the Bible, you'll know that it's from Ecclesiastes 3. And it says, there's a time for everything and a season for every activity under heaven. A time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to uproot, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to tear down and a time to build, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to scatter stones and a time to gather them, a time to embrace and a time to refrain, a time to search and a time to give up, a time to keep and a time to throw away, a time to tear and a time to mend, a time to be silent and a time to speak, a time to love and a time to hate, and a time for war and a time for peace. So it's okay for us to acknowledge that we're in different paths, depending where our hub is, maybe geographical, maybe economic. And it's perfectly fine that you're not at the same space. We've shared different stories. We're all doing different things. We're experiencing the pandemic in different ways, but that's absolutely fine. And I hope that everyone feels comfortable in the different space that they're in, but also feels comfortable to know that the people on this call that hear us that AfriLabs as well, that we are available to answer questions, and Stimulus, Rudo had to leave us, but Stimulus as well, available to answer questions, be a sounding board for any ideas that you may have. Obviously, there's a Crossroads community that I hope you take full advantage of. It's an amazing community of 300+ people. And so I hope that you use that as a support system as well. We'll be back in this room in a few minutes for the hard showcase. But in the meantime, I think it's time for us to all go back to the forum room and listen to what the instructions are moving forward. So thank you so much for joining me for this Hub meetup. I've had a fantastic time, and thank you for opening up and engaging as well. And the link to the forum room is now in the chat, so you can go on there and click, and the passcode will be 2020. Thank you. Didier, I see you. And download your filters if you can. Look at Didier, he looks really cool. Yeah, download your filters as well.
Hello? Hello? Can you guys hear me? Oh gosh. Okay, I don't know. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone that has joined the Stories Room for the Hub Showcase. We will begin in a minute or two. Let's just see if anyone else will be joining the room. Would love for everyone to get it right from the start. All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone, again for joining the Hub Showcase. This is an opportunity for us to sense the physical. And so we have quite a number of hubs, about 7 of them ready to show off their spaces and tell you a little bit about what happens in there. We will very shortly have the slides up so we can begin. But as that happens, my name is Nekesa Were. I am Director of Strategy at AfriLabs, which is a Pan-African network of innovation centers across the African continent. And following this Hub Showcase, I'll be happy to touch base with anyone and tell them a little bit more about what we do. But this period, this next 45 minutes is for our hubs to kind of show us the different spaces that they work with and what happens in those spaces, and we'll get right to it. And so if we move to the next slide, I believe the first hub to showcase is MHub, right? So MHub, do we have a representative? If you're here, just unmute and let us know that you're in.
Hello.
Great. Hi, Yolanda.
Hi, how are you doing?
Very fine, thank you. So we'll move at your pace. It's you have the next 5 minutes to show us your hub and tell us what goes on there.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, so I've showed my video, but I can't see my face. So I don't know what angle you guys can see my face.
We can see your face, but can you see the screen? Can you see the slides?
Yes, I can see the slide.
Great. All right, then I think we can move on to the next slide.
Okay. This is being controlled from your end, yes?
Yes.
Okay. The slide hasn't moved. Okay.
Just once. Oh, there you go.
All right, maybe let me introduce myself a bit. Hello, everyone. My name is Yolanda, and I work at MHub, which is a super cool hub that is in Lilongwe, the capital city of Malawi. And a really awesome thing about our hub is that, we were able to build it from the ground up. And actually, one of the entrepreneurs that we were incubating for like 2 years was the one that actually come up with the architecture design for the hub. So we're really proud of it, and we're really excited that it's in a functional state now and we get to use it. So, I mean, what I've been told is that you're going to be showing a bunch of pictures about the hub inside, and then I'll just have to share what people do in the space or how they use it. So what you're seeing right now is what we call the stadium. So it is an arrangement of like steps that is retractable, that people use to sit and chat. But also when we do have workshops or events, we tend to pull it out and we have people sitting on there. So if we're hosting like older people, we can fit up to 30 people on the stadium. It's a very small space. And when it's children, we can fit up to 50 children on the stadium. And I think it's a celebration of our culture, because the stadium is decorated by the chitenje fabric, which is in different colors and just really representing the diversity of people, diversity of professionals that we work with at the hub. We can move on to the next slide. Oh, this picture shows a lot of spaces. Okay. I like to think of this side of the hub as more fun and interactive, because this is not where all the desks are, where people actually sit and work, but this is more of a free-flowing space that we use. So if you look like at the far back of the picture, you see like red bean bags and some chairs, and that's where people usually network, right at the back there. And then there's a little blue box. It's not very little, but it's a blue box. It's towards the back. One of my favorite spots, because it's a napping booth. I think the very few offices will let you take a nap or sleep during working hours. So this is really a highlight for me, that I can take a power nap somewhere in the middle of the day. And these guys have been smart, because they structured it in a way that you cannot take 2 hours of a nap in there, but like a good 30 minutes works very well. And we have our kitchen. So if you look on the side, there's a little yellow space. That's where our kitchen is. And finally, what you can see, I think to your left, is just a networking table. It's a zigzag table for individuals that want to come in and maybe work for a few hours. And maybe also hold a small meeting. So they usually take that space out. So this is more of a free-flowing space that can be used for different things. On to the next slide. Okay, so with the hub, we have embraced what we call an eco-friendly indoor-outdoor feel. So our hub has a lot of windows and not a lot of walls. So there's a lot of seeing inside and outside, and this is the effect you're seeing here. This room is actually our boardroom, which is entirely surrounded by glass. And you get to see the outside, and we think it's really a refreshing place to meet. And you're not outside, but you feel like you're there, and you're inside, but you're not entirely inside, because also the boardroom is off to a little corner. I think that's about it for the boardroom. We can go on to the next slide. Okay, so this is an outdoor space. We call it the Mzuzu Corner. And I think you can see from the picture that it's also just a relaxing spot. We tend to use it when we have outdoor events. It's multi-purpose for when we're having, braais and some drinks, or we're having networking events and there are teas there and whatnot. So it's generally used for events when we're doing them outside the hub. We can go on to the next. Okay, so this is the outside of the hub. As I was saying, that we had built the hub from the ground up, and we had help from one of the startups that we work with, Horizon Designs, who came up with the whole architecture of the building. So this is what it looks like outside. This is what the hub looks like outside. And on to the next. Is there another picture? Okay, so this is more of a close-up of the kitchen. So our kitchen is yellow. We have a lot of yellow accents throughout the hub, because we like to use the color yellow as symbolism for the bright future that we envision for Malawian entrepreneurs and Malawian youth. So our kitchen is yellow. We have some accents inside the hub that are yellow, and even on the actual building. On to the next slide. Okay, this is an outdoor working space. People use it either to sit down or as a standing up working space because we have those tables. What's pretty cool about this working space is, so what you see on the wall, we call it the motherboard. And it was a mural that was drawn by a local artist community that we work with very closely called Zaluso Arts. And we like to think of the hub as a place where people come to meet, connect, people of different professions, backgrounds, and they can collaborate and work like a well-oiled machine, you know, kind of work like a motherboard. So we use that as a mural for the outdoor working space, the outdoor networking space. That you can see there. And the wooden panels that we've used as desks were actually repurposed from the previous hub we were in. It was a rented space. There it was used to demarcate cubicles where startups could, you know, set up some of their little offices. So we repurposed them here and use them for the outdoor working space. We can move along. Okay, so that was the last image. Nigas, I don't know if you said that you would accommodate questions, but that's
yeah, I think we'll try and take some questions at the end after all the hubs have had their 5 minutes. But thank you so much. I really love the fact that you repurposed things from your rental to this new space that you have. And also that you have a napping booth. I mean, there's a time for everything, and sometimes you just need to shut down and, you know, and rest. And it's great that within your space you have, you know, the room for your community members to do that. And then I'm all about open spaces. So I love that you have the windows, so you're inside, but you can sense what the outside feels like as well. So thank you so much, Yolanda. And now we'll move over to Karen Village, and I believe Boniface is here. So Boniface, you have 5 minutes to show us your space.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Boniface. I'm the events coordinator at Karen Village. And Karen Village is a relatively new hub that has come up in Nairobi. We're located along Ngong Road, past Karen Shopping Center, on the way to the Ngong Hills. So it's close distance to Ngong Hills from here. And Karen Village is a creative innovation and entrepreneurial hub that hosts around 400 small businesses from within Nairobi. So these range, you know, from small businesses, consultancies. We even have a dental clinic. But the main focus of Karen Village here is to support creators and creatives to grow their enterprises and make them sustainable as business. So this is the main space that we have at Karen Village. African Creative Center. I hope I didn't get interrupted there. So the African Creative Center hosts about 20 different businesses, small enterprises, ranging from fashion designers. There's a radio station located here. It's called Radio Domus, broadcasts on 99.9 FM. There's like I said, there's a dental clinic here. And yeah, so basically the African Creative Center is about enabling creative enterprises to have spaces, functional spaces from which they can conduct themselves and be able to run as a business, so to speak. If we can go to the next slide, so I show what the other spaces also have to work with. So within the African Creative Center, we have this sort of performance space that has been custom created for this purpose, and we usually host events within this this space, like where we're hosting the African Crossroads gathering today. Normally we have plays taking place here, and we engage the local community within Ngong and Karen to develop young people within this neighborhood to pursue their talents. So in addition to this space, which is more of the indoor space, there's also an outdoor space that serves pretty much the same purpose, but within an outdoor setting. So we host several groups of artists, actors, theater companies, dancers, film production agencies that do their productions from this area. So yeah, so this is a little bit of what we've been able to do with the African Crossroads event, with social distancing, of course, in mind, and you know, trying to also make the space feel comfortable for everyone who's been able to attend the event so far. The other thing about what we've been doing during this period is we also have art residencies within Karen Village, where we are able to accommodate artists who are doing long-term projects, or you know, if we have artists coming from creatives coming from far places, we're able to accommodate them within Karen Village, so we can still maintain that element of working from home. So you know, you have essentially about 20 rooms, 20 sleeping rooms, where we're able to host creatives as they work and stay within the hub, within the space here. So that also allows us to have a continuous program, so to speak, when we're doing activities like this, for example, which is running for a few days. If that need arises, we're able to host people who are, you know, stay far or who are not able to go home due to curfew restrictions and such considerations. So next slide, please. So that's still the ACC, which is where a lot of the offices and working spaces, and as you can see, it's a very artsy vibe. We try and make it feel very comfortable for artists and incorporate the work that the artists themselves create. So we have, you'll see a lot of sculptures within the space, a lot of paintings that are done by the artists who are resident here, who work from here. So that also serves as a way to showcase their work to anyone who comes into the space. They're able to see what exactly is being produced from here and engage with the creatives behind those products directly, firsthand, while they're here. And the other key aspect that that we concern ourselves with is also the outdoor space, which is an events venue. I think that's in the next slide. Yeah, so that's the other space that we focus on, which is mostly to host outdoor events, screening events, music concerts, and that kind of thing, that accommodate larger groups of people. Obviously, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we've not been able to utilize a lot of this because of the restrictions around gatherings and everything involved. But as things are easing up, we are starting to you know, create programs that will bring back those activities through craft fairs, open days, and market days, again, involving members of the community. So beginning with the artists who are resident here, to come and showcase their work and invite people to come and see what they've been doing during the pandemic, what type of things they've come up with, and also inviting other people who are not necessarily members of the Karen Village community to utilize the spaces for more or less the same purpose. So that's Karen Village, and yeah, we're excited to get through this season, get through this pandemic period that all of us are going through, and hope for a better 2021 than what we've had this in 2020. Thanks a lot, and I don't know if there might be one more slide that I may have forgotten to talk about. Yes, so that's Radio Domus. That's a radio station that's hosted within Karen Village, which broadcasts around Ngong, Langata, and Rongai neighborhoods. And it's part of the network of community radio broadcasters within Nairobi. So we work closely with these partnerships also to create awareness about the different programs that we have and engage with the community directly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Boniface. I really love that there's such a diverse group of community members, including a dental center, because even creatives need to have good teeth. So that's great that you have that there. Barefoot Theatre, Grace, you're up.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much. I'm Grace again. I'm the Executive Director for Barefoot Theatre. So everyone has showcased their places where they actually work. Barefoot actually works in different areas in Lusaka. Our place at the moment is not our own. We do not own it, so there's not much we can do to the place, but we work in different parts of the city. So I'll just explain a little bit about those as we go. First slide. Can I have the first slide, please? Thank you. So this is the outside of Barefoot offices. So we also love color. We love yellow. We love all sorts of colors. So we love to splash where we are with a lot of color. That way people get to know who we are. They get to know what we do. And also we've had a lot of walk-ins and to just inquire about what's happening inside. So that's a little bit about the outside of the place. Can I go to the next slide, please? So also, like I said, we love color. So this is also a bit of our costume. This is our performance team. Our team, we do a lot of, we're a multidiscipline theater organization, and we do different types of the arts. So this is our performance company. We do different types of performances. We have acrobats, we have traditional dancers, we have contemporary dancers, we have fire performers, we have jugglers that juggle the fire, we have silk performers. So we have different types of performances, and we have a lot of young people that are interested in different types of performances. We get a lot of, most of the training comes from collaborating with people from different parts of the world. So we have people come and live in our housing on the place. We have a few rooms that would give people, and they'll come from different parts of the world. We help them sometimes with per diems, but just at small scale, so that they can come and train. Usually they'll have a different experience and skills. So we'll have like a trainee program with young people, and maybe they have like 2 months intensive training in an art or a skill that they're interested in. So in the process, we get so many different young people doing different types of performances. That way also helps us to stay afloat when, especially in difficult times when there's no funding to fund any of the other community projects. So we have what we call a performance company. From the performance company, we get funding to fund some of the young people that are on our projects, help them go back to school, but we also pay some of our older performers as an income for their daily lives. So that's for the performance company. And that's our motto. We say create, perform, and support. And inspiring brighter futures for vulnerable children. Can you go to the next one? So another thing I didn't talk about is that we also do puppetry. We do giant puppets. So we've had people also that have come and trained some of the young people and some of our performers in making giant puppets. And this was actually at one of the events that we hosted, the Barefoot Youth Arts Festival, which usually happens in August. Unfortunately, this year we didn't have it as well because of the COVID, but in August, we have different events happening in different parts of the city, theater performances, concerts, open mic. So this was the festival, the concert. As the musicians were performing on stage, we also had giant puppets going around, and at night they really look very nice and bright. So that's one of the skills as well that we do. We have facilitators that are teaching young people how to make giant puppets and also how to puppeteer. So next slide. Also, we do a lot of street theater as well. So these are also some of our street performers, our performers as well doing their thing. Usually these we do when we have outdoor events where people are going about their own business, and would have street performers as well, just doing interactive performances, making people, engaging people in just having people question some of the things. For example, if you are doing gender-based violence, so they would do something without saying anything, but it makes people start reacting or start questioning things or start discussing. So these are some of our performers doing this street theater on one of the days that we had an event before COVID. We can go to the next slide. We also do a lot of collaborations. That's our team taking advantage. Zambia is a landlocked country, by the way, so that's our team taking advantage of some water close to them. So we did a collaboration with an organization in the US, and when we traveled, we also did a performance, but we also did it in the lake. That it was around the Nyami Nyami. Here in Livingstone, there's what we call in the Zambezi River, there's the gods called the Nyami Nyami. So when we did a play called Float, it was around the water and the spirits that you find in the water called the Nyami Nyami and the Zambezi River in the Victoria Falls, and that's the play that we're doing. So we did it in the water. It was a really amazing play. So that's the theater performance that we're doing in the water. We also do a lot of collaborations with local artists and international artists. This was during the festival as well, when we were doing a collaboration with a group from the Netherlands called Kalentura. They do a lot of samba drumming and Caribbean drumming. And so we created something together with our dancers. So where they were drumming and our dancers were doing something. So we also love to learn from other organizations, other theater companies, other arts organizations, and see how we can, even if our art disciplines are different, but how we can create something together and just showcase that. And we did this in 2015, and we showcased at the Barefoot Youth Arts Festival to thousands of people. I don't know if I'm remaining with one more. Okay, so that's it. So that's a little bit about Barefoot. So we do a little bit of everything. But yeah, we love to learn. We love to work with other people. And yeah, that's us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Grace. I really love how you embed yourself in different spaces, whether it's a whole other culture or waters in another part of the continent. And Didier just put in the chat that he likes the giant puppet, and I do too. So incredible work. Very, very, very grateful to have you here. Thank you. Next is Swahili Pot. And if you've got any questions, guys, please feel free to drop them in the chat, and then we can address them at the end of the session.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I believe and I hope all of you are safe and keeping safe. So my name is Abdallah Hussein Salim, and I'm one of the board members of Swahili Pot Hub, and actually the facilitator for African Crossroads happening at Swahili Pot Hub. So I can start with the introduction. Swahili Pot Hub, it is a community space, and actually it's one of the favorite or the most awarded community space in Kenya. We've been awarded twice. We've gotten the awarded twice. That is in 2018, 2019, simultaneously. So that's one of the picture of Swahili Pot Hub in front of, at the front face. And this was last year, 2019, while we were hosting the African Crossroads. Actually, we are really grateful. Most of the African Crossroads network has visited the Swahili Pot Hub, and we're really grateful for having you here, and we welcome you to come visit us anytime again. So this next slide is from the roof of Swahili Pot Hub, where there's the co-working space. So that's the view of the ocean from Swahili Pot Hub. Actually, it's a breathtaking view that we go and watch out every morning or evening. So, and what you can see down there, that structure is an amphitheater. So in that amphitheater, we hold open, for example, concerts and theater performances. Like there are also screening of movies that are happening there. And it's really grateful to have that space because it can hold a bigger number of people. It can hold up to 500 out of COVID restrictions, but during COVID restriction, we are holding 200 people maximum. Next slide. Yes, so this is Swahili Port Hub, the front. And I think Swahili Port Hub, people should know, like, it's part of the National Museum. It's one of the oldest buildings that are there in Mombasa since, I think, pre-colonial period. It is just next to Fort Jesus. So I think the first governmental structures that were there in Mombasa, this was the place where they were stationed. And that's why we are trying to maintain the heritage that is really there at Swahili Port Hub. We don't want to ruin it with, let's say, so much designs and color and urbanize it so that we forget where it came from. So if you can look at Swahili Port building, it has been tried. We have been trying all throughout to maintain the structure, the art, the designs that were used since those days. So that is Africa. This is WordPress. Actually, I was the MC for this event. I'm somewhere in between there. This is WordPress event that was happening last year, 2019. Yeah, I think the COVID restrictions were not there yet. So we were really congested and having a group photo. And this was a Pani Innovation Week, whereby we invite all stakeholders, investors, all innovation ideas, we bring them together at Swahili Port Hub. So we normally have a community of like 3,000 people coming up to showcase their innovations at this space. So we put tents at this space in front here, and then the people who have the innovations can show them. And then the stakeholder, for example, Safaricom, you can see Safaricom, big branded there. Yeah, so Safaricom, Cellulant, and any other stakeholder from Kenya could actually look at those innovation and maybe adapt and so on to promote growth of these youth activities and innovation. Next slide, please. Oh, now this is our hall. This is our hall for holding inside events. And this is also after the COVID pandemic. So you can see us maintaining social distances between the seats while going on with our event. So we are still having events right now because we've been on lockdown for like 6 months, and then we saw like we need to come back. The community needs us. Staying at home has made our community to feel left out, to feel forgotten. So we wanted to bring them back. So we started doing partnership with different partners from Kenya, stakeholders, and to make the community now start coming back. So we are looking for expansion of the whole and the sphere of Swahili Port in general. So this is our hall where we hire and we also hold our activities, like the way we are holding African Crossroads today. Next slide. Oh, so this is the community space. Actually, you can see the community, the way they're having fun. That's the space where people like to take selfies and do interviews and all of that. So here is where we hold community meetings and meetups so that we can engage the community, and it's a free space. Actually, Swahili Port is a free space for the community, not unless you want to have maybe another advantage or favor. For example, you want to book a space for your own event, and then you need to facilitate maintenance fee and other fees. But the Wi-Fi there is free for the community, and that's the good thing about this space. So everyone who comes here to do his project or to learn or to do online classes, that's where they go. So this is also the hall. So we integrated an activity. We integrated an activity on yoga. So this is how we utilize the spaces at Swahili Port Hub. We have yoga classes that are for the community. So people come here to do yoga and they don't pay anything, actually. That's really great. Someone mentioning DJ Lenium. Yeah, that's our DJ at Swahili Port Hub. So this is the hall where we integrate. And now this is the amphitheater. So the amphitheater, as I told you, this is where we hold our outdoor event. For example, we have a concert like that one there. You can see there's a band behind there. That's a concert area. Or if you want to have a play, let's say a live performance. So that's the stage for the artist, because Swahili Pot integrates art, it integrates tech. So we can not only give space to techies and the Wi-Fi, we also need to give space for artists to show us what they are creating in their daily lives. So that's the space of the amphitheater, and there you can see a concert going on, the screens and the PAs. So it's a really loud place at Swahili Pot during festive season like right now. But because of COVID, also we don't have so many activities happening. Next slide. Yeah, actually, you can really enjoy the amphitheater with the view behind the performers, as Didier is mentioning. So that's all about Swahili Pot Hub. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Abdallah. And I think everyone in the comments agrees with me. And I say that the view is breathtaking, and it's hard to, I don't know if I would work if I was based there. Maybe it's a good thing that I'm not. I think everyone agrees it's a lovely, lovely space. I can see that someone has added it to their bucket list for places they have to go in 2021. So there will be a whole bunch of us visiting as soon as COVID permits. So thank you. Thank you very much for that, Abdallah. Next we have L-Space, and I believe Adnan is here.
Yes. Hello and good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining. Thank you, Nekisa, for all the great work you're doing. So without further ado, so L-Space, yeah, a couple pictures, they're all random, and I'm gonna just hop like from the two locations we have so far. So this is LFab Space LAC, and it's the second Fab Lab. So it's a fabrication laboratory open for innovators, startups, tech people, and also non-tech people like designers, architects, and creatives to basically use 3D printers, laser cutters, and CNC machines, as well as electronics, to build and develop their own projects and their own creations. So this is one of the picture shows one of the trainings where we build drones, or we help people how to build drones. And this is how the one floor of the space, where basically, and this is the first location, which is downtown Tunis, in a very busy and popular neighborhood, overcrowded and everything, and that's where social innovation happens. So basically, we want the space to be designed as a social innovation hub and as a lab for social experiments, and then basically the windows you can see like miniatures or the impact of social issues and the problems that we have in Tunisia, and basically the social entrepreneurs and creators are basically working their hearts off to build solutions or design innovations to be as a response to these social problems. You can go to the next slide. So yeah, so the space downtown Tunis is a 3-level building. So the first level, we have a co-working space, and that's where what you see there. The other floor is basically the first Fab Lab we started, and it's called LFab Space. LFab Space LAC is in the business district. LFab Space, the one in downtown, started in 2018, and then basically after 3 years of our establishment as a nonprofit or social enterprise hub, basically. So yeah, this is the floor of the co-working, one side of it at least. And if you can go to the next slide. Yeah, and this is the top floor. So basically, it's a meeting space where people exchange their ideas, exchange their projects, their problems, their issues, their challenges, and they kind of like find synergies. That's where we do our events and our meetings. And basically, it's on the top floor. Behind that wooden door, there's a like a kind of spacious balcony balcony where sometimes we do barbecue parties when the weather allows it. Sometimes we do gardening projects, and also actually on the roof we have or we used to have a green garden basically upstairs where people can grow whatever they want, and then they can use it in their teas or in their coffees, such as geranium and mint. We can go to the next slide. Yeah, this is also another view of the top floor, and this is basically an exchange. If you can see one of the attendees on the left-hand side, and his name is Justin. So Justin works at or established Mashinani Hub in Kenya, and that's also like a very interesting collaboration. Yes, thank you. That's a very interesting collaboration we had with Hivos and Mashinani Hub because they, how to say, my team basically and my co-founders at Little Space went to Kenya, kind of presented social innovation and did a lot of collaborative workshops for Justin and his team. And then we had a shadow or like, let's say, an immersive experience in Tunis for Justin to know more about the ecosystem in Tunis, to know more about the people, and to know basically how a social innovation hub works. And this basically, I mean, LSpace is still the only and the first and only social innovation hub in Tunisia. I mean, we're working with other partners to allow more people and to encourage actually more people to start social innovation hubs because we've done significant impact and we want to see it more impact. We can't do it alone, and we need more people to do it differently and in their own communities. And that's why also we're helping other organizations start their own hubs as well. We can go to the next slide. Oh yeah, this is one of the workshop sessions we've had, and that's basically in 2018. The most attended workshops at our space were the design thinking workshops. And that's basically where people are still like, design thinking is a new thing and everybody wants to get to know it. And you see a lot of people like from startups, from social enterprises, and from NGOs and grassroots organizations who are basically joining these design thinking workshops to kind of like have a different, learn how to do it and have a different view. And then after that, from that success, basically we developed our own human-centered design workshop series. And whenever we do like mentorship for startups or for creatives or for makers, we include the human-centered design part. And we've seen it very, very impactful on the long term. You can go to the next slide, please. Oh, okay, cool. So thank you so much. I know this has been very brief, but yeah, please feel free to reach out if you have any questions, or we can collaborate on projects together. We're very, very interested in joining efforts and achieve better impact. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Adnan. It was brief, but you did a great job of showing us everything that you do, from human-centered design to the makerspace to co-working to teaching about social innovation. So, I mean, great job. Yesterday, you showed me a photo, I mean, a video of the robot dancing, and I'm hoping that we'll see the robot dancing in your space again today as it dances to Thomas Mapfumo later on. I'll reach out to you to make sure that I get that video. Now, H Factor, and I believe Tushar is here to show us the space.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Nekesa. Hello, everyone. It's really nice to be here and see all the really amazing hubs. They are so lovely, and I'd love to visit them. So I'm one of the 4 co-founders of the H Factor Collective. My name is Tushar, and this is our lovely space that you're seeing here. To kind of understand what we do, I I would say that we use the word accumulation. What we do is almost a exchange of accumulated things, really. So there's 4 of us in the collective. Bubu Ogisi, who is a really talented, multi-hyphenate designer, artist, installation artist, works in sort of fashion and music. So that's her. Osione, who did a session actually yesterday, who is a graphic designer, also an artist, but a really talented policymaker. Dolapo, who is a lawyer and social worker, and myself, who is a curator, but also works very much on infrastructure and building things. So H Factor is an accumulation of our logic first. We came together in this first space and decided that this would be our first project together, more as a way to exchange ideas that we had and the possibilities that we had contained in us with our micro community in around this space, which, by the way, our space is in it's in a 4-story building. It's an old building from the 80s that has housed everything from the Swedish consulate to an oil company to multiple different tenants until we came around. And to understand the nature of that area as well, Lagos Island, it was initially slated to be the well, it was one of the wealthiest neighborhoods, actually, post-independence up until the 80s. All the restaurants and supermarkets and bars used to be situated over there. It's closer to one of the largest transport hubs in Lagos now. So that area has seen an entire history of the city. And in itself, it is an accumulation. You'll see that when you come, there's things from everywhere. Anyway, so the space is basically fundamentally a space. And what's important is what we fill in it. And we filled it with the loveliest stuff. So we started off thinking that we would first engage our community. So the idea is have conversations with everybody around us. Yes, you can keep going through the slides, by the way, because I'll just kind of ramble. Yeah, so the space has kind of seen multiple iterations of things. It's multi-use, and that is to say it is anything we decide it needs to be at the time. So we've done things from raves to DJ workshops to tie-dye workshops, to just having kids from the community come over whenever they want and like start coloring. There's like a box of stuff that we keep there, to a slumber party, to us crashing over there when there's no lights at our house, to just whatever it is that we could, art exhibitions. So again, just an accumulation, but that is the beauty of the space in itself. And also we think being able to give space for expression. We consider ourselves a safe space, a place that anyone can come in and fundamentally use the vehicle of creativity to lend themselves a voice, really. And that kind of rolls on over into our design language as well. Everything is around queering spaces. We had a talk at last year's African Crossroads that was about that. And you can kind of see that from the space as well. The light that's hanging over there is made from old clothes that we find in the markets over here, and then we kind of cement over. So just kind of giving you context of where we're coming from. And then what we do in the space, in essence, is, again, accumulation or intersection or exchange, really. So the idea is have multiple conversations with everybody around us, ask them what they're up to, what they like to do, and then figure out ways of collaborating creatively with them to kind of create business models, I guess, around things. Up till date, I guess one of our coolest projects has been the Streetlights Collective. So when we first moved in there, we met a bunch of rappers and singers and musicians in the building next door, which happened to be abandoned, or not abandoned really, it was a shell structure. And they were just chilling and jamming over there. Until now, we've kind of moved forward, and each of these guys, T-Shine actually, who was on the jam session yesterday and today, is our kind of headliner, official stronghold carrier of the Streetlights Collective. He's an amazing musician, and the idea is access, right? How can we create these intersections between people that just allows for intersection, really, and access as well. Anyway, I've rambled on enough. Reach out to us, hfactor.co on Instagram. And yeah, congrats to everyone else. You guys have really lovely spaces and stuff going on.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tushar. And for sure, I mean, he just said reach out on Instagram. You should check the Instagram. It's amazing. If you didn't get a chance to see everything that was happening in the space yesterday, I hope it's still in the stories and you can have a look, or maybe later on YouTube. It's amazing work from the artists coming out of H Factor. So thank you so much. And now our final hub, 5 minutes for Afrotopia to show us the space.
Hello. Hey, my name is Chris Cheramba from Afrotopia. Am I audible? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we'll make it through. We can hear you.
Sure. So I'm the policy officer here at Afrotopia in Zimbabwe. We'd like to imagine our space as a co-working, co-learning, and co-earning space for digitally inclined creatives. So here we house it could be freelance journalists, like just the digitally inclined creatives. It could be a photographer, a filmmaker. We just have to give them a home, like especially when they're tired of like really working from home alone. So here at this space, it's open up to people to just come through and co-create. So the picture here that you will see here is a view from one of our rooms. So the way that we function here at Afrotopia is we partition in rooms that have what you call colloquial names. So as you see, we are streaming from Hulu, which means humanity, or being human. So this is part of the view that you get when you're looking into another of our rooms. So there is this room, like the one that you see here. It's called Patova. So with Patova, we intend to house traditionally inclined creatives. It could be crafts, people who are into crafts, someone who is maybe an accountant who just want to work from here. And in Wunu, that's where we're gonna have photographers. As you've seen from the previous exhibition, there are photos that are splashed around into that room. So that room is gonna have visual artists per se who are gonna, visual artists just really showcasing their stuff, like the images, their work of creativity and stuff like that. Okay, you can continue with the slides. We can go on with the slides. Oh yeah. So that other space that you're looking for, it's that picture was taken from that picture, the one that just came, was taken from the conference room. So what we do here is we have created for creative. Sometimes, maybe myself and the next person really want to work with something, and we do have a space to really talk about. So we have created a room. There is a room specifically for that, where people can just like come and say, yeah, we want to have a conference here, we want to have a meeting here. So there is a meetup place, and there, the one that you are looking at right now is the receptionist. So you can actually see people just getting through, typing on, or just like really entering, filling up the forms. And there is a photograph in the corner because we're going to have we're going to be exhibiting even imagery because we have visual artists here and photographers. So the images will be splashed around. As you see, this one right here, one that I think that has been explained by the photographer himself, Lennox. He is our hub community manager here, and he does a lot of this. A lot of this visualizing rather. So I think all in all, what I'm saying is our space is petitioned in five definitive spaces or rooms where we're gonna have like a group of creatives just really working from it. I just saw in the messages we're running out of time and won't be able to finish. It's very unfortunate because it actually comes at a time when I'm just explaining. So what you're seeing here, these are some of the people who are attending the screening, have a screening, and it's really exciting. And because it's also very unfortunate that due to COVID-19, we have to cut a little bit of numbers, and people are really not in the mood to really come together. But I just hope that the ones who are here are having a really good time. And I don't know, do we still have more images, or which you want to show? Oh, yeah, or it might be the last one, but well, we really hope that like I said, we're really looking forward to host some of you. I've seen some really nice spaces in Space, and it's the one in Spain. I think we just really we're starting out. So I think more of the action by African Crossroads 2021, you're probably gonna see this space really leading up. We just set up this year, and you're gonna just see it's a group of young people really coming together. We're trying to create space for other young people to really work because we're seeing the struggle of really finding a space to work from as a creative, because where we come from here, like in Zimbabwe, people don't really recognize the Yahoo or the digitally inclined people as so this space right here is really opening up to young people who want to come and collaborate, co-create. This one we are really thinking of just keeping it as we're not gonna have an amphitheater as that some of very good friend, but we're just gonna keep this space here, like the one that you're looking at right now, as a space for people who are like the gamers, the animators, people who want to create. So it's gonna have a big screen, like the one that you're watching from right now, where they could actually work from even if you don't have your machine or anything, we just have placed the machine for the gamers to really just have a space of their own. So we have other spaces where people who just want private spaces. I don't think we have any of the images right now, unfortunately, but we're going to send them through where people who really want their privacy, want to create in privacy, are going to be working from. But yeah, so far this is basically part of what we have. The other space which we basically work from is in Africa. It's not been really taken. There are no photos of that as of yet, but well, we'll try to be to catch up to date the next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Team Afrotopia, for that. Loving your space and looking forward to getting any videos and photos from the sessions you're having amongst yourselves. Guys, this has been amazing. And all the other sessions ended and we're still going and everyone is waiting for us back in the forum room. I know there were some comments and some questions. I think I saw that Eunice wants to know about potential partnerships with some of the other people here. And the team at Afrotopia was curious about how Elspace have such a diverse demographic of community members. So I encourage you to reach out to each other. If you haven't found the address of the person that you'd like to talk to in the chat, please reach out to me, nekesa@were.co.ke, and I will be happy to connect you to whoever you need to talk to. So guys, thank you so, so much. I'm going to ask that we go back to the forum room. Right, the link is right there. Go back to the forum, click on the link. The password is 2020 and join the jam session that's happening there right now. So thank you so much and bye-bye.